Good morning. So, how is everyone today? I am doing well. It is a little bit foggy out here this morning. Um, Please let me know if you can hear me okay because I can't hear out of my right ear today, and I know that tends to make me speak more softly. So, I tend to be prone to ear infections and whatnot. So, I don't know what's going on here. But anyway, I hope you are having a good morning. I am on at 8 a.m. today instead of 9, completely by accident because I woke up early this morning and realized I never scheduled this live. So I was like, oh, I should put that out there so people know I'm still doing it. And then I scheduled it and I scheduled it for 8 o'clock. And then I went, well, it's 6 o'clock. Might as well, because what else am I doing for the next 2 hours? So, yeah, so here we are, 8 o'clock. So, what am I going to be working on today? Well, I am going to be reading. I am currently in the middle of two books, still listening to Black Hawk Down. So, at some point when I'm tired of sitting, probably on the second sprint, I will probably switch to listening to this on, or well, I will probably listen to it on audiobook and get some cleaning done during that sprint. But certainly during the first sprint, I will be reading, oh, there's my notes on it. I will be reading The Confessions of Nat Turner. And let me tell you, this book has turned into a huge project. So it's about Nat Turner, who's an actual historical figure. And he is known for the confession that he made about the slave rebellion that he basically coordinated. And so William Styron in the 60s decided to do a fictional account of that. So I decided that I couldn't just read his fictional account, but I actually looked up the historical document, which thankfully isn't that long, it's a couple of pages. And I annotated the historical document on it while I was also reading this book and annotating it, which then led me to go and get this book, which was Tim Black writers' responses to William Styron's book. It's a whole thing now, a whole thing. So let me see what's going on in the comments. Probably not a lot because I know the majority of people who watch my channel don't even get on YouTube until 10. So we'll probably go quickly into a sprint, which is fine because I've done no reading yet today. And I know at least one person watches these videos back. So hello to you. I believe it's Mrs. Fruity, right? Or Fruity, I believe, is in the name. I should have looked it up. I meant to look it up. Anyway, let me look at the comments here. Oh, good morning, Vanessa. I'm not sure if you're around because I know on Mondays you tend to have a lot of meetings and stuff, but thanks for saying hello. And yep, busy work day for you, hoping to do some reading and editing in between work. Well, very good. I hope you get a lot of work done, a lot of reading done, a lot of editing done. I'm in the middle of editing and refilming things as well. So usually on Mondays, I will do my lives in the morning. And then once I get off, since my camera's already set up, I usually try and film at least one thing. So that will probably also be happening for me. And that is the end of the comments because, like I said, I'm on an hour early, and I feel like this is just how the day is gonna go, where it's just gonna be like, let's just go with it. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a wet day here. It's been raining since yesterday, but not really raining, if that makes any sense. Like, I haven't heard any rain. I haven't seen it rain. It has just looked damp and like it's just rained since yesterday morning. So, clearly I did not go outside at any point yesterday to actually determine what was happening with the weather, but it just looks damp and foggy out, I guess. So, okay, I'm going to stop blabbering on here and I'm just going to go ahead and get us into our first sprint, which will basically take us till just about 9 o'clock, which I think will be just about right for when most people are used to coming on. So let me go ahead and open that up. I'll take Vanessa's comment off here and I'll leave the banner up so that as people join, they can share what they're reading. Good morning to you, Tammy. How are you this morning? Excuse me. I'm losing my voice here. Let me know what you're reading, Tammy, and how you're doing. And we're just going to go ahead and jump into a sprint because I'm on super early. And so, yeah. So, but I'll look to see what you're reading. All right, here we go. We have our 45-minute timer up, and I will see you at the break. Okay. Well, I definitely was not prepared for the end there. Uh, okay. So, how'd everybody do? And welcome to those who joined during that sprint. I got 10 pages read, and I have so much to say about this book, including the fact that the author admitted that a lot of what he wrote in this book is like just out of his imagination. Which, on the one hand, you'd be like, okay, that makes sense. You're filling in the gaps. It's a fictional story, but it makes you question his imagination. Like, it's very clear that he cannot imagine any sort of life outside his own experiences in the most basic ways. Like, he can't imagine how an illiterate person could cook without constantly making mistakes in the kitchen. And having grown up with my great grandmother who was completely blind and cooked everything all the time, I'm like, people who can't see can cook in their own kitchen without assistance. Like, anyway, I'm not going to get into it right now, but yeah, let me go to the comments, see how you're doing. Say hello to everybody who joined. I know I'm really throwing people off by having started early this morning. I threw myself off. Like, let me just be honest. Hello, Christina. Hope everyone is well. She says, getting some coffee and water sounds good. I've got my water, so don't forget to hydrate. And sharing some cinnamony caffeinated goodness with the like button. That sounds good, Christina. Like, let's all share some cinnamony goodness. And Christina asked, did you start early? I did, Christina. I started at 8 o'clock this morning completely by accident. Like, I forgot to schedule this. So there was no like announcement that I was zooming, that I was live streaming this morning until like 7 o'clock. And then I like scheduled it for 8, even. Yeah. Yeah. Short answer, yes. No, you were not confused. I'm confused, clearly. Clearly, I am confused. Good morning, Rita. How are you? I am doing well. Are you writing this morning? You're such a good writer. Writing blog this morning. Oh, okay. You're actually on schedule today. Yay! Very nice. That's always like a good feeling to start that way. Good morning, Bex. How are you? Good morning, everyone. She says, read a bit of a most agreeable murder this morning, and now I'm working on writing some articles for work. Very good. Well, sounds like an interesting book, and hopefully you get a lot of good work. And hello, Laura. Laura says, hi, all. Hope everyone is well. Guys, if you did not know, Laura recently started her own channel and has, I think, 2 videos up now. 2 videos. I don't remember, but I've watched them. And Laura's one of those people that just has a very calm presence. So, yeah, just wanted to point that out. And then Laura says, we'll be working on YouTube stuff and catching up on my buddy reads and read alongs. Sounds like a plan, Laura. Yep, you got to stay on top of that YouTube stuff, that's for sure. And hello, book zealots. How did your grandma know the spices? That's amazing. She just kept them in the same place. So she lived with my great grandfather, like they were married. This is my great grandmother. And she just the whole rule is you just don't move things. So she knew the entire layout of her kitchen. She had it memorized, and she would put like the spices in the same exact place every single time, especially things like salt and pepper that you're using all the time, you know. And honestly, she wouldn't mix them up any more often than I would, where you're like half asleep and not thinking about what you're doing, or if somebody visited and didn't know that. But and that's somebody who can see. In the book that I'm reading, he's talking about someone who can see but just doesn't know how to read, and how they're like mixing up the salt and sugar because they just can't figure it out. There's kind of an ongoing, like, most of the slaves are stupid simple people in this book. um so yeah. Christina, I read a chapter, catching up on my book club book for today, The Lines We Leave Behind by Eliza Graham. Very nice. That book sounds familiar for some reason. I can't think why. And good morning, Heather. And she says, hello, everyone. Great to see you. It's good to see you too. Good to be here. Hello, Susan. Good morning, early today. Yes, I am early today. So I got up extra early today and then set all the times wrong. So here we are. And Bookzealot says, thank you for starting early. You're welcome. I'm super busy on Monday mornings and not home in the afternoons, so it's hard for me to be on the sprints. No problem. And in fact, I have thought of in the past of just starting at 8, but I kept lying to myself and saying, oh, no, no. What if you want to sleep in one morning? And da 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 da. Yeah, no, that's yet to happen. so, so it's just as well. So I may be permanently moving back to 8 o'clock. So, oh, hello, Anna. How are you? Thank you for coming. Hi, reading Life of Pi by Jan Mantel. Hope to finish it today. Very good. How are you enjoying that? I read that back when it first came out and really, really enjoyed the book. I thought for a long time I was going to reread it, but somehow I just never really wanted to. But I do recall really liking it. What I do want to read, I don't know if you've heard this, but there was apparently this whole controversy where there's another author who swore that this guy took his story and like basically plagiarized it and made it into Life of Pi. I think the original story is something like Tigers on a Boat. I'll try and look it up at the next break, but so I really want to read that book. I've read a partial description of it, and while the very, very start of it sounds similar, the rest of the stories sound very different. And, and I think it's an interesting question just because you both put tigers on a boat and the same thing happens to that boat, is that plagiarism? I don't know. Like how different do the ideas have to be? Heather, for some fun, I've been listening to Vera Wang's Unsolicited Advice for Murderers. It is so funny and entertaining. Oh, that's so interesting. So is that a book, Heather, or is that like a podcast? Or I have so many questions. Because that is not what I would expect if somebody mentioned like Vera Wang just came out with something. And Susan says, finished Belinda and hell of a book. Great book. It was a great book. Glad you liked it. Thumbs down for Belinda. Oh, Feb Regency. Um, Belinda, is that the one that's by Mary Edgeworth? That's what I feel like I want to say. Glad I read Mansfield Park. Great for a Regency novel. Yay. Okay, so you still got your Regency novel in there, but yikes, not so much with Belinda. And Laura says, thank you so much. My husband does not agree that I have calming presence. Well, I guess you saved the best for you too, but I don't know. It all depends on what's going on. Maybe you're just not calming all the time. And who is? Let's be honest, except for those rare people who are then like, oh, I wish I was a little more lively at other times. And Christina says, it is a World War II book. We started it last Monday with Tina and Vivian. Nice. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's why it sounds familiar. Maybe I saw it one time on a list for historical fiction. And Christina says to Heather, every time I hear about that Vera Wang book, I think of the designer. I do too. Is that not who it is? Because that's totally who I thought it was. Isn't the designer Vera Wang? So I was completely thinking that that's an unfortunate confusion in some ways. Like in some ways, I feel like that would sell your product even better. But then in other ways, once people figured it out, they'd be like, oh. But I guess if your product or book or whatever is good, then maybe they don't really care and it doesn't really matter. And Laura says, I have Vera Wang's Unsolicited Advice for Murderers. It's on my TBR. I might have to look this book up. Good morning, Bree. How are you? And Bree says, good morning, Nicole. Got my coffee. Yay. And trying to finish The Housemaid this morning. Very nice. The Housemaid, I always think that's not the sequel to The Maid, is it? Like The Maid, the one that was like the mystery with the girl who was neurodivergent working in the hotel. Is The Housemaid the sequel to that? Because I know The Maid has a sequel, but I feel like there's two books that have similar titles and covers and colors that I'm confusing. And Heather says, it's a book. Okay. So Vera Wang's book is a book. It's so cute. Vera Wang is actually the character's name. Oh, but she banks on the fact that the designer is famous, so she named her shop Vera Wang's world famous tea shop. Oh, okay, I get it now. Okay, okay. So that's the whole title of the book is oh, interesting. I bet the author is banking on us also getting confused about this. Good morning, Mary Hope. How are you? And she says, getting my coffee ready for this next sprint. Yeah, that sounds great. I might have to get more coffee or tea or something. And Christina says, no, I looked it up, different Vera Wang. This one seems to own a tea shop. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's all making sense now. Yeah. And Christina said, yep, that makes sense, Heather. Yeah, it does. It does. Okay, so Vera Wang is the character in the book who owns a tea shop? I don't know why I all of a sudden became confused about this again. Like, so who I guess my real question is who is the author of this book? That's the clarity that I need here. And Christina says, coffee. Yes, coffee. And Laura says, hi, Bree. Hi, Christina. Hi, Mary Ho. And everybody's saying hello. Christina's saying hi to Laura. And Bree says, oh no, although I loved the maid, the housemaid is Frida McFadden. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought the housemaid is somebody by somebody else. And the housemaid has a blue cover, right? Um, then what's the name of the sequel to The Maid? Does anybody know? I'm gonna have to look this up too. And Bree says hi to Laura, and Christina says not the designer. Right, I figured that out. And Heather is helping us all out here. Yes, Vera Wang is the main character. Okay, the author is just Satanta. Okay, okay. So the whole title of the book is the Vera Wang's Guide to Murder or whatever. I don't even remember the title, but yes, okay, I get it now. I get it. And Susan says 17 watching, 8 likes, hit the button. Oh, thank you, Susan. Yes, I always try to remember to hit the like button when I'm in people's things. And Christina says, hi, Brianna. Hi. And hello to everybody who is in the chats this morning, even if you like to just quietly be there. I want to acknowledge that you are there as well. And Bree says, good morning to Christina. So, what is everybody reading? I think most everybody shared that who's already in the chat. So, I have just a little bit more to slug through in my book. I don't know if you can see it, I am tabbing this book and, horror to horror for some people. I am also annotating and writing in this book and using sticky notes. And yeah, yeah. I will talk about this book eventually. And I have things, I have thoughts. I have lots of thoughts. I have lots and lots of thoughts on this book. And Bree says, The Mystery Guest. Okay, that is the sequel. That also has a blue cover though, doesn't it? Because I feel like is this just my imagination that I keep confusing these books, or is it just that to me in my mind, going from the maid to the sequel being called the housemaid made sense to me. I don't know. Okay, and Laura also said the sequel is the mystery guest. Yeah, the Maid by Nita Prose. Yeah, that's the one that I'm thinking. And Susan said he knew he was right. Oh, wow. Yay, Susan. Let me know how you like that. I have that on my shelf. It's this sort of, let me see if I can do it. No, wrong way. Here. It's this book right here. This light blue book is he knew he was right. So I'm hoping to get to that. I know somebody I want to say wasn't that the Victober read along last year? I think it was. Um yeah. And Bree says right, the how the mystery guest is a sequel to The Maid and you still have that one on your TBR. Yeah. Know if I'm gonna read it. Like I really liked The Maid a lot more than I thought I was going to, but I think I went into it thinking it was gonna be a standalone. So now I'm kind of like, I think I need to So let me see if I can quickly get to the end of these comments. Book Zealot says, I'm reading Caesar by Adrian Goldsworthy for Historiathon. Nice. And that's the prehistory book. And good morning, Donna. Nice to see you this morning. Laura says, looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Oh, there will be plenty to hear. And Laura says hi to Donna. Donna says, I'm working on starting a reading vlog and dealing with a child home mental health reasons. Oh, I hope they're feeling better. But yes, I'm glad you're there for them and hope to get some other social media stuff done. Well, it sounds like you have a day planned and cut out for you. Christina says, good morning to Donna. Heather says, me too. I read The Maid and I was ready to be done. Yeah, I thought it was a good conclusion. I was very surprised that there was a sequel because I kind of felt like there wasn't a lot of other places I wanted the book to go, though I did like the character. So there's a part of me that wanted less of a sequel and maybe more if you turned it into a series about her, but I don't know if that was publishing reasons that they did a sequel instead. And Donna says hello to Laura and hello to Christina. All right, and I'm going to end us there and I'm going to go ahead and start our next sprint. So let me go ahead and share a screen. Per usual, I will just let the clock keep running from where it is. So we'll have about 43 minutes in our next sprint. And I will see you when we are done. Happy sprinting. Hello, hello, and come on back. So, how did that sprint go for everyone? I read 10 more pages in the Confessions of Nat Turner. So, um, on the next sprint, I'll be heading over to listen to Black Hawk Down. So, yeah, so that is going well for me. I basically read as much as I could stand of that book for now, and I'll get back to it later. So let me go to the comments and see how you guys are doing. Good morning, Coda. How are you? I know you are probably working today. Monday, I know, is usually a work day for you, so I hope that is going well. Good to see you. Christina says hi to Coda. Coda says hi to Christina, Laura, Bree, Vanessa, Donna, and everyone else. I know, I know. We all know each other, and there's just so many people. I always just do like, who can I still see in the chat right now? And then everyone else as well. Lots of hearts. And Bree says, hi, Coda. And Laura says, hi, Coda. Hope you are well. And good morning, Storm. How are you doing? Good to see you. And Laura says, oh, you just hit 100. Yay! Good for you, Laura. That's so great. I'm so glad to hear that. And thanks for sharing. How exciting. Oh, oh, I just feel so good for you. And yeah, we all knew you meant Coda. You know, autocorrect will do crazy things to what we're trying to write because it thinks it knows what we're trying to say. You know, for all the AI work that's going on with that, can more work be done with autocorrect? And Donna says, congrats, that is amazing. You are doing great. Yes, you are, Laura. That is such a wonderful milestone to make. And Christina says, I read another 1.5 chapters and did some sprint hopping. Nice. I'll have to look and see who else is on and maybe hop over too during the next sprint. And Susan said, I read a chapter if he knew he was right. 62 pages into the book. That's really good, Laura. Laura. I'm getting everybody's names confused here. That's really good, Susan. So I'm guessing that means it reads rather quickly. Because sometimes I feel like I go very slowly in a classic speak, partially because the print is smaller and they make those pages packed with words. Squabble between a married couple with a lot of miscommunication. Ooh, Anthony Trollope doing the miscommunication trope. Not one of my favorite tropes. I wonder how I'm going to feel about that. But you know what? That makes sense though, because the book is titled He Knew He Was Right. So, which I'm guessing means he was probably wrong. So, yeah, miscommunication makes sense. Makes sense. And Susan said this seems an easy read. Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised by that because I have read what is it? Barchester, no, not Barchester Towers. I've read The Warden by Anthony Trollope. That's the only book of his I've read so far. And I remember thinking that was very easy to read. Like his writing style is very easy, straightforward. I know classics often get a bad rap for being like a difficult read. And I did not find his writing to be a difficult read. I found it quite pleasant. Um, and that is having gone into the book, knowing that The Warden was a lot of people's least favorite of his because they didn't feel like it was as good as the rest of the series. Have you read anything else by him, Susan? And Storm says, next sprint, I am doing a retro romance book haul. Ooh, I may have went overboard in my thrifting. Yeah, Storm. I know how that can be, you know, because those prices can be so good. And I don't know about your local thrift store, but not my local thrift store, but my local used bookstore has like rows and rows of romance novels. And especially if you were looking for retro ones, I could see possibly finding those pretty easily. And then the prices are really inexpensive. Like some of ours are like 40 cents. So yeah. And good morning, Books with Dreamcatcher. How are you this morning? What are you reading? What will you be up to today? Storm says, hopefully I can film it fast. Yeah, that's me during the sprints. Like, I only have this sprint to get it all filmed, but it's good. It adds that pressure, so I am more concise. Uh, Laura says, looking forward to that video, Storm. Yeah, that sounds like a fun topic. And Christina says, Storm, I always go overboard when going thrifting. True facts there, Christina. Yeah, it's hard not to, especially if you find good things. I recently went to um my used uh my thrift store and just to see what they had, and I was like, "Oh, I don't think they're going to have any classics." They had some great books there. I was so surprised. They had some like fairly new release things, which I was surprised because I'm like, somebody turning that book into the thrift store, they're not making any money off of that. Whereas, like, we have 2 used bookstores in my area that would happily pay you for those newer books, and then they had a ton of classics. Like, I had to limit myself to get enough, so that was kinda surprising. And Susan said that she read The Way We Live Now by Anthony Trollope. It was more difficult. Okay, this seems easier for Victorian. Okay, that's really interesting. Well, yeah, I guess just even topically, I could see why The Way We Live Now would be slightly more difficult. And I do find the Victorian era very interesting. Apparently, kind of like how we have contemporary fiction and literary fiction, if you will, um, the writing style in the Victorian era could be very similar, where they had kind of like their version of contemporary versus literary fiction. Um, and so it sounds like he maybe did The Way We Live Now in more of the literary fiction style. That's not what they called it, but you know what I mean. And that maybe he knew he was right, was more of a, his contemporary romance with the miscommunication trope. I don't know. But that's what it seems like to me. And Storm said anywhere between 25 cents to a dollar. Yeah, man, that's good prices. Like in my opinion, if you can get a book that you think you might want to read for a dollar or less, like that's worth giving it a try. Because other than taking it out of the library, like you're not, or finding it at a little free library, you're not getting it for any cheaper than that. So especially at those library book sales, like they're good opportunities to pick up some good books. And Books with Dreamcatcher says currently reading Crimson River by Devney Perry and catching up with my reading vlog as I am behind. Yeah, I know that feeling. So that's good that you can get that. Are you doing the reading vlog on the Crimson River? And I don't feel like I've heard of that book. Is that fantasy? That's what it sounds like it would be to me. Like as part of a fantasy series or something along those lines. So, all right. Well, we are at the end of the comments that I can see. So I'll get us set up a little bit early here for our next sprint because I want to get lots of reading done. Like I said, I am going to get into Black Hawk Down. I'll be listening to that on audiobook. Um, I do need to update my reading journal real quickly on this next sprint. And then once I'm done I'm just listening to 3 chapters a day in Black Hawk Down because I like apparently emotionally can't handle the adrenaline rush of nonstop military action. Um, Once I'm done with my 3 chapters in that, which go really quickly, I will be starting another book, and that will be Armadale by Wilkie Collins. I am really excited about this book because I didn't realize this, but at least according to the back of this book, Wilkie Collins basically had 4 super popular novels that he wrote. And this is the 4th one. I think it was the last of the 4. No, it was the 3rd of the 4th of his most popular novels, and I've read all 3 of the other ones and really like them. So I'm really excited to read this one. It is a nice big book. It is 660 pages, but I feel like it's going to read way longer than that because this print is teeny tiny. Like I will compare it to Black Hawk Down, so you can really get a sense of just how much smaller the print is here. So you can see the difference in the pages. So yeah, this one's gonna take a second, I have the feeling. But Wilkie Collins, I feel like typically writes like his writing style isn't like completely foreign or difficult. And Dreamcatcher says Crimson River is part of the reading vlog. Okay, nice. Very nice. Well, that'll help with the filming of it. And Susan says, I have a little free library. Oh, that's fun. And you've enjoyed keeping it stocked, checking every day, see what's gone and what others have put in. Oh, that's so fun. I love that idea. And yeah, I really want to do a little free library, but I know I'm going to have to wait until probably late summer next or this fall to do that. But I do think that's so fun, and I'd love to live closer, like walking distance to my little free library. But mine's like right in my neighborhood, so it's nice. So anyway, with that, I will go ahead and I'm actually going to change our banner, and I haven't done this in a little bit, but share if you would like what the first line is in the book that you are currently reading. And I will read those comments when we come back from our next sprint. But I see real quickly, Brittany stopped in. Hello, Brittany. And you have to run, but wanted to say hello and hit the like button. Hello, Brittany. All right, go run. Good luck with whatever your errands are that you're doing. And thanks for stopping in. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and have us go to our sprint early. That almost never happens with me if you've been on my reading sprints before. So enjoy, enjoy. And I will go ahead and set us to the full 45 minutes. And I will see you after the sprint. Okie doke, come on back. How did that sprint go for everyone? Mine went really well. I finished listening or started listening. I don't even remember whether I was listening to it already, but I listened to my 3 chapters in Black Hawk Down. I got some cleaning done around the house, which is nice because definitely need to get on top of that. And then I also started listening to the other audiobook that I had because I forgot that um, I am reading a book for my family book club, and we are reading a book called The Waters by, I think it's Bonnie Joe Campbell, something like that. Um, so they just finished their previous read, and since I could get this read on audiobook through the library, I decided that I have the time and space to do that, and that would work out well. So I'm doing that. On this next sprint, I will go back to reading and I will start Armadale this time. So let's go to the comments and see how you guys are doing. Let's I guess we are all going to the comments since I do leave those there. And Coda said, "Oh, I missed the chatty bit. Oh, you missed the chatty bit the last time." And hi to Storm and Brittany. Yeah, I do that sometimes too, where I get like so involved in whatever I'm doing and walk away from the computer, and then I'm like, "Oh, they chatted and it's back to like a sprint." Okay. Oh, and hello, Jamie. How are you? Heading off to a temp gig. Okay, yay! Because I know you've been applying to jobs. Just popped in to wish everyone happy sprints and boop the like button. Thank you, Jamie. Hope your job goes well. I know I have been offered jobs off of temp jobs before, so sometimes that's nice. And Coda said, first line of his book, not for the first time, an argument had been broken out over breakfast at number 4 Privet Drive. Oh, I know what book that is from. Oh, that's so exciting. I forgot the reread is going on there. Now, you have read, for those of you who don't know, Harry Potter is where this is from. You've read Harry Potter before, right, Coda, or am I wrong about that? I have read the entire series before. I actually started reading Harry Potter, I think, when the third book had come out, or maybe the third book was just about to come out. I was teaching middle school at the time, and yeah, and my students were all into it, including students that, yes, sadly, by middle school, almost didn't read at all, like as in struggled to read just words, period. And that was a very popular book for us as teachers because it was a book that we could get just about any student to read and keep reading, and they would read for a long time. Like our I don't want to say worst reader, but our student that struggled the most with reading, we actually got him into that series. And he was probably the only kid who read all of the books as they came out over the year or so that I was there. And so that was just so exciting. And I remember his little name and how he looked and how excited he was reading. So I do love those books for that reason. Like it will make kids read who don't like to read. It'll make adults read who don't like to read. Christina says that her first line is, "They don't like me using anything sharp at meal times. So someone has given me a blunt, round tipped knife that looks as though it's come from a child's cutlery set." Oh, that's really interesting. So that's not Harry Potter, or maybe though it also sounds like it could be Harry Potter eating at Privet Drive, doesn't it? Like I could see his parents doing that, unless it's a later Harry Potter. What are you reading, Christina? I'm super curious now. And then I included my first line. So it was the opening season of 1832 at Baths of Wildbad, which is from Armadale. So just general setting up of the story there. And Coda says, "Yay to Laura," and wants to know if he was your 100th subscriber. Isn't that fun? I had that happen, not 100 subscriber, but there was a funny moment where Kat from Kat's Novel Adventure, she was trying to encourage people to subscribe to my channel. And she was like, "Oh, Nicole, I realized I didn't subscribe to your channel." And then she came back and she was like, "Somebody else has to subscribe," because she ended up being my 666th subscriber. She was like, "I left you at a really bad number." So she was like, "Please, somebody else subscribe." So that was a pretty funny moment. Anyway, Tammy says, in the middle of 6 books. Yeah, I I hear you. What are the 6 books, Tammy? And so I guess I'll be jumping around in my reading today. Hey, it happens. I'm surprisingly only in the middle of 3 and a half. So I'm with you, Tammy. Different books at different times. And Laura says, you might have been Coda. Thank you so much. Something special about everyone's book to bestie being the 100th. That is like, I feel like that's like, yeah, just makes so much sense and makes the vibe. So I too hope that Coda was your 100th because I feel like that just like, perfect. Good morning, Sarvasha. How are you? Woke up a little late after Super Bowl party last night, thinking about making some coffee. Sounds good. Who watched the Super Bowl? Did you guys like it? Did you go to a party? I did none of the above. I didn't dislike it. I just didn't watch it, and it definitely wasn't at a party. My husband enjoyed it. He watched the whole thing, and I read and finished a book. So I don't know, I just haven't been following football in general recently, and I find I need to watch the whole season in order to truly enjoy the Super Bowl, unless Bruno Mars or Dr. Dre are performing, in which case it somehow just takes it over the top for me and I can watch it no matter what's going on. Storm says, "Oh my, between my slow talking voice and the amount of books, I have to split my haul." Working on part 2 now. That's so funny. So for context, if you missed it, Storm was going to film a book haul during the last sprint. So I guess she decided she either needed to talk faster or do a part 2. Do a part 2, man. Go with it. I love that because then it's like cliffhanger. Oh, but wait, there's more. And then it's less content you have to come up with. So, not a bad problem to have. Good morning, Jaleesa. How are you? And Jaleesa says, "Good morning. How's everyone doing? I'll be working and listening to How to Bite Your Neighbor and Win a Wager." I might need to read this book, Jaleesa. This sounds not that I want to bite my neighbor, but it sounds comedic and like it would be up my alley. Good morning, Patty. How are you? And Patty says, "Hi, been lurking, but 5 minutes left on exercise bike. Then picking up Come and Get It by Kylie Reed." Nice. Well, enjoy the last 5 minutes of your bike. Do you have a recumbent bike or what is it called when it's like upright? Is there a name for that? This bike? Or do you have like a Peloton? What are those other kind of bikes? Spinner bike type of thing. Clearly, I don't have any sort of indoor bike. And Laura says, "Got the thumbnail started for sprints on Wednesday. Yay! And did a puzzle with my little human." How fun. When are your sprints going to be, Laura? I didn't realize you were going to do some. That's exciting. I hope I can make them. I would definitely be popping in. So please leave in the comment when your sprint is. And you did a little puzzle with your little human. I love that. And Coda says, "Nope, first time for me." Really? I knew it was Nicole's first time because she was talking about it last night and I could tell that it was her first time reading it. And I didn't realize that you'd never read them before, Coda. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, if you're over a certain age, they came out when you were an adult, and there were a lot of adults who liked them. But I feel like there was like a certain time period of adults, like those of us who might have been like college age or just past college age, like I guess people in their like 20s and 30s, where we kind of felt like just fell into a weird category of people that may or may not have read it, where I feel like people older than us read it for reasons that I don't understand, and then young people read it. Anyway, okay, and it's a reread for Neva. Okay, and lots of friends reading along too. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people reading along and rereading and reading for the first time. And have you seen the movie before though, Coda? Because I know you said you were watching the movie last night. Is that also your first time watching the movie? Like, I really want to know, like, at this point, this many years out, like, what is the experience of reading the book and watching the movie for the first time? Because I feel like some of the experience at the time was it was the first time in a long time that there had been a middle grade book that was that widely popular, and the story was very different than what had been out at that time. Whereas now I feel like middle grade in general is pretty popular, and, like, the Harry Potter story and world is like not new at all. And Christina says, I read another chapter. This one was a bit longer. Okay, good. And you're still making progress, though, if you still finish it. Jaleesa says the first line in her book is Vincent Barnes was perpetuating stereotypes and he knew it. Jaleesa, your book just sounds like all sorts of like snippy, like, yeah, how to bite your neighbor. And he was perpetuating stereotypes on purpose. I'm looking this book up. I am looking this book up. I am starring your comment, so I remember to look this book up. Of course, I have to remember to go back and look at the starred comments. Jaleesa says hi to Christina. Christina says, I plan on joining you on that, Coda, once you start book 3. Okay, I'm guessing that's where you start liking the series. Christina says, hi, Jaleesa. By the way, if you guys care, those of you who own like original editions of the Harry Potter books, like, are probably sitting on a wealth of money. Like, I was looking up because my mom was mentioning it. She was like, check what edition you have. Ah, and I was like, no, I know we have like first editions because we bought them as they came out. Um, and yeah, for whatever that's worth. I'm like, I'm not selling them. I like the books. Coda says we're starting book 3 next Thursday, Friday. Nice, fun. Yeah. So if anybody wants to join that, Nicole at Dusty Book Sniffers, and Neva at what's Neva's whole channel name? But they do reading sprints. Pretty much one of the two of them does a reading sprint every single night, and so they're doing a read along with that. So you can join them or just read it and whatever. So and Coda says hi to Jaleesa. Jaleesa says hi to Coda. And Christina says the lines we leave behind by Eliza Graham. Oh, okay, the World War II story. Okay. See, is it I guess I just got thrown off because I'm like, what are the chances that both of you put comments back to back and they're both like dinner time story things going on? So I think that just like totally made me forget what you were reading altogether and just connect it solely with Harry Potter. And Christina says, I have to get this chapter and one more done by noon. I think I may make it. Okay, yay. You can do it. You can do it. All right, let's get through these comments so we can get back to the sprint so you can finish. And Christina says, I watched it here at home with my kiddo and my brain bled a bit on some of those commercials. Oh no. Oh, no. I didn't hear very positive things about the commercials. And Usher was good at halftime, though. Very nice. My husband was telling me how Usher was complaining about trying to squeeze his whole career down into 15 minutes, which I can understand. He's had an entire career, but when you said yes, like, that you knew how long the halftime show was, so I don't know. And hello, Dee. Good morning or good afternoon or evening. I'm not sure what time of day it is where you are, but hello and welcome. And Dee says, hey, gang, believe it or not, I was sleeping during the last 2 sprints. Well, you know what? Good for you. Good for you. I wish I was sleeping during the last 2 sprints. That would have meant a nice long night. And Coda said, I thought about just tuning in for halftime, but opted to watch Harry Potter 1 instead. Yeah, okay. Sounds like it wasn't a horrible decision. You can always watch the halftime show back later. And Coda says, ha 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 ha, Nicole, cracking me up with the bike list. But there are different types of bikes. I mean, of course, I can't remember what any of them are called, but and Servasha says the commercials were so bad this year. I did enjoy the trailer for the Wicked movie though. Oh, really? Were they that bad? Oh yeah, and somebody was telling me, I think it was my husband, was mentioning about the Wicked movie. So oh yeah, because he was talking about who the cast was, which I forget now, but it sounded really interesting. And Jaleesa said, I forgot the Super Bowl was happening. Courtney reminded me after she noticed a lot of people grocery shopping yesterday morning. Right, right. Like, why is the grocery store full? That would have been me. Like, what is everybody doing? Why are all the chips gone? And Christina says, I have read them several times, especially the first few, as I read them to my kiddos. And when I read them to my eldest, they were still coming out. Right. Yep. So we would start over with each new book. Yep. Yep, and that's the nice thing about, the way they read it, is that it was easy to reread them right before the next one came out, and so that was really fun. Laura said, "I will be sprinting with Leandra and Abby on my channel at 4:30, GMT. Yay! Oh, that's so exciting. Yes, yes, yes. Well, I will definitely make that if I can, especially when years in my time. Don't worry about it. I know if I check the spreadsheet, it'll convert it for me. Coda says, I was like 14, 15 when they started coming out. Yeah. And you were busy driving and writing and swimming and being a teenager and didn't want to read a middle school book. Yeah, I don't blame you. I read Fear Street and was transitioning into King at that time. And after high school, I took a long reading break. Yep, nope, that totally makes sense. Like I said, there were definitely like pockets of age groups where when it was coming out, despite the hype, it just didn't make sense because I mean it was a middle grade book, so and unlike now where I feel like it's more common for high schoolers to read middle grade, I feel like back then it was not at all, mainly because there just wasn't as much middle grade that was good at the time. Um, right, and certainly not as wide ranging as it is now. And Laura said, "I will schedule later today once I figure out this stupid thumbnail model." Okay, sounds good. Well, we will all keep our eye out. So subscribe and get the notifications. Jaleesa said, I read Harry Potter up to book 3 or 4 when I was in middle school. Not sure why I didn't pick it back up. I've seen all the movies up to the final 2, and they kept getting darker and darker. They did. They really did. I think that's the main thing that keeps me from rereading the Harry Potters is I really realized last month that I really just don't like dark fiction. Like I can handle if a book gets dark, but I don't want to keep immersing myself in it. And Coda says, yes, I've seen all the movies, saw most of them in the theater, own most of them. I used to manage a Hollywood Video. Ah, nice. Hollywood Video. Love it, love it, love it. Man, I have good memories of like video stores, especially in college. A friend of mine and we realized that they had like bargain bins and that it was cheaper to buy a movie out of the bargain bin than to rent the movie itself. And so we started doing that. We watched some horrible movies. And I don't mean like bad for you. Well, my husband would say they were bad for you, but I mean like not even B-rated movies. Like they were like D's, but it was great. It was great. And Coda says, well, it was a movie gallery, but I was promoted to assistant at Hollywood Video. Well, there you go. Name it and claim it. And Christina says, actually, I started reading them again this past fall and just finished book 2 in December. Nice. Donna said, thank you so much for subscribing to me, Coda. Oh, nice. And Coda said, Neva is reading with Neva. Okay, yes. Um, and wait, is that the correct spelling, Coda? Not to not to point you out, but I'm wondering if I've been saying reading with Neva this whole time, and that's not really what it says. Which might explain why I can never find her channel when I go to just specifically find her channel. And Mary Hope said, just got back from the gym, excited to start reading A River Enchanted. That seems to be a very popular book right now, so I don't blame you for that. And you're welcome, Donna, says Coda. And Donna says, I have been here, but was dealing with my son. I hope he's doing better. And that is way more important than being here, but thank you for keeping me on in the background or whatever. Tammy said, I started reading Harry Potter in my mid-40s, just a tish past being a middle grader. Yeah, just a smidge. Such a great series for any age. It is. It's really, there are good things about it for everyone. Dee says, I'm supposed to start tomorrow and tomorrow for the book club. I have a feeling I'm not going to enjoy this. Oh, no. Oh, you're supposed to start. I read that wrong. You're supposed to start tomorrow and tomorrow for your book club, but you have a feeling you're not going to enjoy this. Why do you think you're not going to like it? I've heard good things about it. I'm not going to read it, but other people like it. Christina, there was a few that were good. The Kia one made me cry, and the one T-Mobile I laughed at. You're talking about the commercials, because at first I thought you were talking about Harry Potter, and I was like, I don't recall a Kia and Harry Potter. And then I saw the comment and then Budweiser, and I was like, definitely not Harry Potter. The Harry and the Budweiser was one was old school, but the rest were just bad. Darn. And Sarasha says Ariana Grande is in the Wicked movie. Yep, I didn't recognize any of the others in the cast. Looked amazing though. Awesome. And Christina said I had a 95-year-old borrow the books from me. Wow. Well, hey, good for everyone, right? And Dreamcatcher says I read up to page 116 of Crimson River. Nice. You're making good progress. Storm says back. Oh my, that was a lot of books. Still going. 54 and 7 books I got from some friends. Oh, wow, that's gonna be a great haul, though. I'm looking forward to watching it. Sounds interesting, but yeah, I don't envy you editing that. Donna says he is doing good. Oh, yay, I'm glad to hear that, and always will support while I can. Oh, thank you. And I can tell you're obviously a very supportive person, so and Coda says that's the spelling. Oh, okay. It's a play on reading whenever and with yes, okay, and that's what I just figured out when I looked at it. I don't know why for some reason when you spelled it there, that was like the first time that I really saw that. Oh, that is a very cool channel name, like even better than I thought. Okay, so let's go back into our reading sprint. I kind of jibberty jabbered for a while, so we're down to just about 40 minutes, but that'll do us well. So I'm going to set the timer and I will see you guys when we get back. Happy reading. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How was your sprint for you guys? Mine was good. I listened some more to The Waters on audiobook. So like I said, I'm reading that for my family book club. So I have 3 chapters to read this week, and it looks like each of the chapters is about 30 minutes. So I'll probably just keep ping ponging back and forth between getting up and moving around and listening to the audiobook and reading some of Armadale. So I did want to start this sprint. So I did do that, and it's already off to a very interesting start with fascinating characters and interesting plots already happening, and I'm still in the prologue because I think it's been inspired by some other books. And the prologue, I guess, is only 13 pages, but since these pages have so much writing on them, it feels longer than that, but not in a bad way. Like it's a very interesting start to a book. So anyway, let's see how you guys did. Let's go to the comments. So Christina was talking about Wicked and said Jeff Goldblum is in Wicked. Oh, wow, I love Jeff Goldblum. And my husband definitely did not mention that because he's probably like, this guy looks familiar. I wonder who he is. No, I'm a fan. I've been a fan of Jeff Goldblum since I was a child. Coda says Jeff Goldblum is the best part of Jurassic Park. Yes, 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 yes. I love that man. He's one of my favorite actors. Jaleesa says, yes, I love Jeff Goldblum. Fly, yup, that's the movie. Is one of my favorite movies. I don't know that I'd say that though. Like that movie, I'm a scaredy cat. It freaked me out. It grossed me out. I saw it as a child, and yet I'm pretty sure because Jeff Goldblum was in it, I have seen that movie more times than I can count. Like I watched it over and over as a kid, and it scared me every single time. But Jurassic Park 2, but Fly is the first that I saw him in. Yeah, that was the first movie I ever saw him in either, or as well, and was brilliant. I don't know how well that movie has held up over time, just in terms of cinematography, but yeah. And Storm agrees with Coda. Yep. And Vanessa says, work progress is coming along. Good. Glad to hear it, Vanessa. I always feel like if you're like able to pop back in, that's a good sign because it means that like, work is sort of balanced and not like crushingly busy for you. Um, Vanessa says, definitely want to be in booktube land instead of work world. Yeah, I know that feeling. Yeah, when I'm at work, I usually try to avoid the reading sprints and go to like the writing sprints or something like that. Or I think Stacy and Steph are usually on when I'm at work, actually. And they do a pretty good balance. Because if I go to one where like everybody's reading and having the time of their lives, I'm like, wah, wah, here I am at work. And Storm says, no reading still, but I am ready now. Great. Okay. Well, good. We gave you the time you needed. You got stuff done, good video stuff. And Mary Hope says she made it to 41% in River Enchanted and might start Powerless next sprint. Oh, very nice, very nice. You got 2 popular books going on there. I know Brittany was reading Powerless. I don't know if she finished. I feel like the last 2 weeks or week and a half, I've really been out of the sprinting world some because my work and life has been so busy. I keep missing them all, or I'm so tired at the end of the day that like I don't want to read. And I've just been like reading real quickly and then going and watching YouTube or something. So I'm very caught up on my watch list, watch later list. Storm says Earth Girls are easy. Oh, I forgot about that one. Yes, I have seen that one as well. That is another good Jeff Bloom movie. Oh, yeah, if I remembered more of that movie, that would probably be another favorite. Jaleesa says the gross parts is what fascinated me about The Fly. That Beetlejuice, yes, I loved Beetlejuice. That was one of the few movies that I considered kind of scary that I actually really liked and enjoyed. Like I could make it through there. I still, every time I sit in the doctor's office, remember that scene from Beetlejuice where like the number is really long and then he switches with the guy who shrinks. Yeah, anyway, you gotta see the movie if you haven't. And, Edward Scissorhands was always on in my house. Yeah, I found that movie so sad, but I liked it. So oh, good morning, Sophia, or almost afternoon. Hi, guys, working on some digital art homework. Very nice. You're always getting some good studying done with us. Sounds good. Laura says the first line from her book was by the time Professor Richard Lovell found his way through Canton's narrow alleys to the faded address in his diary, the boy was only one the boy was the only one in the house left alive. What? What are, what are you reading again, Laura? I was not expecting that. Can you tell? I'm like, what just happened there? Wow. Okay. That was interesting. Jaleesa, Earth Girls Are Easy is good too. Jeff Goldblum knocks all his roles out of the park. Yeah, that's so true. Like, I don't know that. I'm sure there's a movie of his that I don't like, but I'm sure it's probably the movie and still not him. Like, I feel like, is one of those like somewhat sneaky, underrated actors where every time he's in a movie, there's more people who are like, wow, who's this guy? He's brilliant. And I'm like, he's always been brilliant. Christina, I did some sprint hopping and have about 4 minutes left. Yes, thank you, Christina. You keep reminding me that I keep meaning to see who else is on so I can let you all know. But you can feel free to let us know too. And Laura says, oh, Babel, really? That's the beginning of Babel? Wow, I did not know that. I do have that on my TBR. So, yeah, wow, interesting. That is not how I would have expected that book to start based on everything I know. But yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. I did remember because I finally like wrote myself a note. Somebody mentioned that they were reading Life of Pi earlier on, and I mentioned that I liked the book and I read it, but that there's this whole like plagiarism controversy that I found out about like much later after I read it. Because there was another author who claimed that the concept used in Life of Pi with the boy and the tiger in the boat was originally his idea. And the book that was supposedly plagiarized. I don't know. I haven't looked that much into it and I haven't read the book. But the other book is called Max and the Cat. Um, and it's apparently about a young boy who ends up on a boat with a jaguar trying to escape Nazis. So I don't know. You tell me if those sound similar. Um, I do have Max and the Cat on my TBR list. Apparently, it was actually a pretty popular book at one point. I don't know when. But the premise sounds really good. Anyway, and I'd like to read it. And I don't know how much similar the books are beyond just that initial setup. So, but it is interesting. And hello, Kiana. And hello to the chat, says Kiana. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you here. How are you doing this morning? Are the kids off to school yet? Do you have work today? What's going on? Give us the details. I'm nosy. And Jaleesa says hello to Kiana. And Christina says Vanessa is still sprinting. Oh, I didn't even realize Vanessa was sprinting at all. See, I woke up this morning in such a daze. Usually I go and look and see who's sprinting and I join them until I start my own. None of that happened this morning. I clearly needed to like have the coffee before I got out of bed. And Rose Lillian Reed started at 11, and Carissa and Tina should be starting at noon. Very cool. Well, definitely go check out their channels, say hello, boop the like buttons, hop around, do whatever you need to do. I know sometimes if I'm really busy and I don't have time to read, I'll sometimes just hop from people's chats to chat. Or sometimes if I'm really into my book, I'll like hop around from like sprint to sprint and just stay in the quiet space. And Kiana says hi to Jaleesa. And Christina says hi to Kiana. And Kiana says, no work, no school. I just woke up. Nice. Very nice. Well, I hope you have an amazing day then. And Christina says, yeah, Vanessa started at 8 too. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah. So I did not realize that. So she's having an early morning today. Very nice. And Jaleesa said, let's switch Kiana. Yeah. I feel you there. I feel you there. Yeah, if I hadn't known that Vanessa was sprinting this morning, I would have seen if she wanted to get together and sprint together. So I'll have to see if she's planning on doing that regularly in the future. Because I always think it's fun when like people you know are like on at the same time. But I think she also has um, a couple of different readathons and things going on, so she might be doing it for that. Mary Hope says, yay, my book of the month just arrived. Heartless Hunter. Might be starting that instead of Powerless. Ooh, fun options. Very nice. I love books in the mail. Like the books anytime. And Kiana says, no way. She's not switching with Jaleesa. She's keeping her no work, no school day. I don't blame you. And Christina says, so close to finishing this chapter, and now my earbuds won't connect. Oh, no. Oh, I hope you figure that out because that would stink. And Kiana says, hello to Christina. Yes. Well, I'm going to put up another little question for us. Let's see. What is the book that we did that? Ah, here is a good one for us that I haven't asked before. And that would basically be share some or all of the dedication in your book if you would like to. I don't always pay attention to who my books are dedicated to, but I feel like it's very rare not to have, a book at least say, to my mom with love or something like that. Um, my book is dedicated to, I will let you know. Oh, now I can't find the dedication. Maybe it's after the introduction. Yep. My book was originally dedicated to John Forster, who I feel like is the author of a book I know. So let me look that up real quickly because somehow that is in the notes. Oh, he was a biographer of Charles Dickens. Yes. Okay. So anyway, my book is dedicated to John Forster, and I liked this part of the dedication that said, in affectionate remembrance of a friendship which is associated with some of the happiest years of my life. And I just was like, oh, that's so heartwarming. Like I love that friendship I just love that he said it like that. So beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Um and Kiana says that you paused your book of the month and you might pause Kindle Unlimited too. Okay, so why, Christina? Let me know. Like, I'm interested. Like, and it seems like two separate issues, maybe. So, why did you decide to pause the book of the month? And then, why are you thinking of pausing your Kindle Unlimited? And why pausing as opposed to just canceling? Like, I'm always interested when people like change subscriptions on things like that. And Christina says restarting her phone. Okay, I hope that works for you so that you'll be able to go with the next sprint. Servasha says, I have to go tour school for my daughter soon, so I got ready during that sprint. Okay, sounds good. Well, I hope your daughter likes the new school. Is it college? Like, are you doing a college visit? And Servasha says, oh, I got Heartless Hunter also this month and four others. Woo. Well, I hope you all enjoy it. I don't think I've heard anything about Heartless Hunter yet, so that sounds interesting. And Christina said that is a nice dedication. I thought so too. I just thought like, wow, if I ever thought to write something that nice about any of my friends, like maybe I should just write that one and be like, in the words of Wilkie Collins. And Storm said, reading 3 retro romances and none have a dedication. Really? That's kind of funny. Like, I mean, I guess like who would you dedicate your romance novel to without it being weird? Like anyone other than your significant other, I feel like would be like, what are you saying? And Coda says, hi to Kiana. And Christina said, yay, it worked. Yay, good. Just in time for us to go into another sprint. So that's perfect. Well, during this sprint, if anybody would like to share the dedication from their book, feel free to do so. It's totally up to you. Or even mention it if your book doesn't have a dedication like Storms, because people couldn't decide who to dedicate their romance novels to. Like I don't blame you there. If I wrote a romance novel, I'm not sure I'd dedicate it to anyone either. Because I feel like my if I dedicated it to my husband, that would be like maybe that's TMI. And if I dedicated it to anyone else, I feel like that would just get weird and creepy very fast. And Kiana said, it's time to renew and I need to read the books I own first. Fair enough. I think that's totally fair. Yeah, I wondered if it was just like, I've got enough pile and not sure that I want to restart and recommit yet. Yeah. And Kiana says, hi, Dakota. All right. Well, very good. We are almost at the time for the next sprint. So I'll go ahead and start us now. Let me just get this comment off. And we will go into 45 minutes, and I am going to look at that timing. I will see you guys after the next sprint. Welcome back. Sorry, I keep picking up Wilkie Collins at the very end, and man, he knows how to tell a twisted, dramatic tale. There's already family drama going on in here. Oh my gosh, I'm just realizing looking at this, we still have a Christmas stocking hanging up. In fact, all of them are still hanging up. Like our Christmas stuff is in the attic at this point, except for everything on our fireplace. We're just gonna ignore that for now. Anyway, how did you guys do? I listened to another chapter in The Waters, and I read just like 2.5 pages or something like that in Armadale. This is gonna go pretty fast, I think, because each of the pages seems to be going pretty fast. And I just noticed on the back that it also describes it as it has the immense and nowadays more and more rare merit of never being dull. And I think that would describe Wilkie Collins in general for me. I know not everybody's a fan. I recall Storm was not a fan, and that's okay. So, to the comments, see how you guys did. Kiana was saying hi, Dakota, and she was also telling us about why she decided to pause a couple of subscriptions she had to Book of the Month and stuff. And I can totally understand that, Kiana. Sometimes the easiest way to cut expenses is to cut things you don't need. Um, and Laura says her dedication says to Bennett, who is all the light and love in the world. Oh, that's so nice. I love book dedications. People come up with like the nicest, most thoughtful things. And Jaleesa said, I need no bills. Laugh out loud. Totally understand that too. Being human feels like a scam sometimes. Oh, I know what you mean, Jaleesa. And Shrivasa says it's actually an elementary school. Oh, nice that you're going to visit. It's a private school, so definitely want a tour before committing and spending the money. I totally understand that. Well, I hope the tour goes well and that it's all you're hoping for in the school for your child. And Tammy says, so funny. My video I posted this morning is all about book dedications. Well, there you go. Look at that. How nice. I'll have to watch that later. I'll be interested to see what you have to say about it. Oh, hello, Stacy and Steph. And they say, hi, Nicole and friends. Happy Monday. Working all day today. Hope you're well. I hope you are doing well too. I am doing very well, and I hope that work goes very well and smoothly for you. Now, if I'm correct, I believe Steph works out of the home. Do you also work out of the home, Stacy? Because I feel like there's some days where you're mentioning working and you're at home. So, or do you do both? Like some days in, some days not? And hello, Faye. How are you doing today? And Faye says, I have read I have to read rather, some research articles for an essay. Thought I'd pop in for some company. Well, welcome, welcome. Take a little break, from reading your essays. That can sometimes be a lot that you then have to like pause and, sort of absorb. So while we're at it, just a reminder for everybody to hydrate and also to get up and stretch and move around. I'm trying to do that at least for the first 15 minutes of each sprint since I'm sitting the whole time. And unlike you guys, can't wander around during the chatty bits. Christina says more sprint hopping, lunch, and a few chapters. Very nice. I did get a moment to go and hop over and say hello to Vanessa. And Christina said, about to send hubby off to the mines. Very good. Well, happy mining to him. That is like my favorite like thing now every time I think about it. And Mary Hope says made it to 48% in River Enchanted and started The Heartless Hunter, made it to page 15. Very nice. What genre is Heartless Hunter in? I'm interested. Like to me it sounds like fantasy maybe. And how did you like the first 15 pages? I feel like depending on the size of the book, that's like good enough to get you like an idea of what the story is going to be about or at least set it up. And Christina says, laugh out loud, hide the Christmas. Yeah, no, totally. Like, we're just gonna all pretend that that's not over there. And I love how it's literally taken me until halfway through February to notice that that's over there. Like, clearly, my mind just came blinded to it. I think what it is that's where our chimney is and our fireplace. So we, kind of put the stockings there, but our tree actually goes in a completely different room in our house. And this is not the room that we normally sit in. Like, I'm the only person who sits in this room, and it's really just to do these lives. Um, so I think not looking at it, which is just weird because that's where we put away all the Christmas stuff. Like we brought all our boxes right there. I don't know. We're just gonna ignore the Christmas stuff. It'll get packed, I guess, when we pack the house. And Laura says 15 pages of Babel, and you're annotating it. Very nice. Very nice. I like a good annotated book. And Tammy says the stockings are red and white. Just pretend they're Valentine stockings. I like that thinking there, Tammy. Very good. Yeah, yeah. We've got our Valentine's decorations up over by the chimney, to stuff them with candy as you do. And Storm says reading on The Dragon's Cave by Isabel Chase. Such a non-romance title. Oh, yeah, I was totally thinking that was fantasy, so that is surprising. It's from 1974 and you're on page 87 of 191. Nice. So you might finish today depending on your reading pace or certainly soon. And that's interesting, Storm. Do you think that was like intentional with the title to like because traditional fantasy and fantasy with like dragons would have been pretty popular at that time as well. So I'm wondering if she was like hoping people would buy it and be confused and be like, wait, where are all the dragons? Are there dragons in the book? Was she doing some like um romantasy? I'm doubting it. I'm doubting it. Because I know you said it was retro fantasy. And Stacy and Steph said, "We both work from home." Okay, but Steph also works part-time at a bookstore. Okay, well, that's what I was thinking. I knew that Steph worked at a bookstore. So I wasn't sure like where that fell into the mix. So we're home half the week and out the rest of the week. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was something like that. And Patty says, finally got my act together in that sprint. Yay! Started bidding, finished lunch. Still feel like I'm moving slowly through the day. Hey, sometimes that's just the literal definition of Monday. It's just moving slowly through the day. And hello, Gemstone Jasper. And just woke up. Gotta wait between meds and eating. So, in the meantime, I'm gonna read some Little Fires Everywhere. Very nice. Yes, I know that is a TV show and a book. And yeah, probably not one that I'm gonna watch because it seemed a little too thriller for me, but it looked really interesting. So, are you enjoying it? I hope you are. So, yeah. Yeah, and then you'll get to eat a yummy breakfast, brunch, lunch, whatever time of day it is. It sounds like you got a good night's sleep, so that's good. And Dee said, did an extended study session, trying to delay starting my book club choice of the month. Oh no, Dee, I feel bad. I feel like you've had some like rough reads recently. Maybe you'll be able to like be that opposing view in book club for yourself. That'll be like, guys, here's why this isn't such a great book like we were thinking. Something. Book club will definitely help you get through it though. Mary Hope says, Heartless Hunter is a romantasy. Okay. And it's a pretty fast read so far. It's about witch and witch hunter, as you've gathered so far. Okay, very nice. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Like the Heartless Hunter. I'm getting it. I see. And Dee says, I think what worries me about it is the gaming theme, since I read Ready Player One and didn't like all that gaming reference. Oh, yeah, and then here you are with another one, and it's like, "Oh, we're going to do this same trope you didn't like the first time." And since a lot of people really like Ready Player One, what are the chances of this book happening to be better than Yeah, okay, I see your dilemma there. And you loved the TV Yeah, yeah, see, you also loved the TV show. Yeah, And Storm says, I think it has to do with the family crest for the male character. Okay, and he is 30 and she is 18, living in a new country and supposed to be a companion for his stepmother. She is not nice, and he is. You know, speaking of that age gap there, I was reading this short story last month, which was a really good short story, but and it was problematic in the book. But what was happening in the book was this girl was about to be married off by her father, because her father just wanted to like arrange this marriage with this captain guy who was supposed to have like a lot of money and this and that. And the captain guy was like, "Yeah, I'm going to marry your daughter." Well, they had to wait because the daughter was not yet 16. So this is a classic, by the way. So this is back in the 1800s, but still young there. Most girls didn't get married until at least 18, but legally, you could get married at 16. Um, you could technically get married slightly before then, but that was very taboo. So the girl was 15, and her father wanted to wait until she turned 16 to have her marry this guy who was in his 40s. Needless to say, the girl was not happy about that arrangement, and she really wanted to marry this other guy who was like in his early 20s, which, yes, please, because it was just it was one of the many problems that was going on that she was trying to get away from. And Storm says, "Cranky a lot." Back to the other guy. He is cranky a lot, and it's like being with a dragon. I love that that's where the dragon comes in. That it's like, okay, so it's a like, is it a grumpy sunshine kind of trope going on with the cranky dragon? That's pretty funny. And Kiana said she fell asleep. Oh, well, I hope you had a nice nap. I've done that before during the sprint, and then it's been that stupid cat that like then wakes me up and like totally freaks me out because I wake up to that meow. And Mary Hope says, "Yikes, 15." Yeah, yeah, she was 15. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That was young even back in the 1800s. So even then, the daughter was like, "I'm just barely about to turn 16. Why are you gonna marry me off now? I'm still really young to be doing that." And then marrying her off to like this old guy who they all acknowledged was this old guy. Yeah, that was one of the problems with her father in the book. Her father was, yeah, like, nice to her up until that moment where you realized he was even nicer to his money. It was a wild story. Storm says a lot of these early Harlequin romances have large age gaps. Yeah, I read some Harlequin romances when I was must have been in high school, and I remember thinking that, like, why is it always these young women marrying these old men? And, which is surprising too, because these are stories that are written by women. Like, do we like that idea of the mature, older guy? And yeah, I never understood that. And Storm says, actually enjoying it, but it is different. Yeah, no, it sounds like it sounds like it could be good, but it's sometimes when you describe a book, it just sounds crazier than it actually is. Like to me, it just sounds like it's your general, like there's an age gap, which I agree was pretty common in romance at that time, and that it's a grumpy sunshine. And I don't know if you guys can hear that, but there is like this obnoxiously loud, tiny, like this big bird that was outside on my deck, just making the craziest sound. It has flown off now, but it was distracting me. And then, hello, left to read, just popping in from Vanessa Sprints. Well, hello, nice to meet you. I don't think I've seen you over here before, or have I? I don't know, I have a horrible memory. But thank you for coming in. How are you doing? What are you reading or up to today? Tell us all the details. I'm nosy and like to know what everybody is doing during their time. So that is what's going on with me. So let's see, what am I doing on this next sprint? Um, I've been getting up quite a bit and I'm really enjoying Armadale. Do I even want to tell you what's going on in this book so far? Yeah, I will, because it's just the prologue in theory. So far, the book takes place in Germany, in the Baths of Wildbad, which is like just basically a spa resort area. And it opens up with 2 carriages coming into town. One is the private carriage of a wealthier but very sick man named Armadale, whose last name is Armadale. And the other carriage is like just the public carriage, like their equivalent of like the bus, if you will, that's coming into the town that has a gentleman named Mr. Neal coming in it. Both of these gentlemen are from England and they're coming to the spa because they're both ill. Mr. Neal I'll speed this up. Mr. Neal gets there first, and he's just got like a limp. There's, like something, wrong with his foot or whatever. But he mentions that Mr. Armadale is coming up the road in his carriage, but for various reasons, they're moving very slowly, and that the guy is very, very ill. Well, Mr. Armadale arrives, and sure enough, he's super ill. He's paralyzed, at least from the waist down. And after the doctor examines him, the doctor comes to realize that he's in the final stages of syphilis. So I, I was not expecting that. And that after the doctor's seen him a couple of times, he ends up showing up late to take care of Mr. Neal. And Mr. Neal has this very, like, irritating personality, looking down at everybody, like, okay, everybody, like, come to my assistance, this, that, the other thing. And so Mr. Neal's like, "Why were you late?" And the doctor's like, "Well, I'm helping this other patient, da da da." da," And basically tells him this whole story of like, "Hey, I think I'm going to need you to help, come and help me," because they're all speaking in German in theory, because I don't speak any English. The guy, Mr. Armadale, is communicating to me in France, but he has something that he needs to write down because he's probably going to die. And certainly he's becoming more and more paralyzed by the day, and so in the next day or two, he could totally lose the ability to speak rather, and he needs to dictate something to someone in English before he can no longer talk, because he has some note that he needs to leave to his child son, who's the son not by his wife, but by his mistress, maybe the one who gave him syphilis. And he needs to leave a note for that son with his illicit lover before he dies. That's the prologue to this book. So I need to get back and know what's happening. What is this note? What's the message being left? And like thus far, this Armadale has two sons he's leaving behind. So who is this? Because this is definitely a female. I'm confused. And Left to Read said, first time, I'm good. I'm currently reading What Feasts at Night by T.K. Kingfisher. It's a NetGalley arc that comes out tomorrow. Ooh, fun. Oh, very nice. How are you liking it? And Storm says, I didn't like the Moonstone. I do recall that, Storm. And that's okay. Do you think I would enjoy any other Wilkie Collins, or are they all written the same? No, they are written very differently. The Moonstone, I would say, is the only one that's detective and that's written in the different things. I would say see if you can get a free ebook version of Miss or Mrs. That's the short story that I that I read with the 15-year-old girl and the 40-something-year-old guy. I would say that is a very short story. It's only 8 pages, but it's written much more similarly to all his other books. So you'll get a good sense of whether or not you can enjoy his writing. But if you can make it through all 80 of those pages, it will show you what his plot lines tend to feel like. So Miss or Mrs. is the name of the book, and you can definitely get it as an ebook from Project Gutenberg. I think I've seen it on there. So let me know. And Faye says, "Yay, Armadale! I know you read it. I hope you enjoy it. It gets very page turnery." Yeah, no, I'm already like, what is this note that he's leaving while he's trying, like, slowly becoming paralyzed from syphilis, and writing a letter to his illegitimate son? Like, Storm, this is what Wilkie Collins is actually like if you can read him. It's crazy. And Storm says, okay, she'll try that one. All right. Very good. And Left to Read says she's enjoying her book so far. Great. Okay, let's go ahead and get to the sprint while we still have about 40 minutes to read. And oh, this will probably, I should mention, because it's 1 o'clock already, I end my sprints at 2, so this will be our last sprint. So I will put a banner up for that as well. It has gone by so quickly today, guys. Happy sprinting. Okay, come on back. That is the end of our last sprint. Let's see. I got through 12 pages in Armadale with a few distractions, but yeah, it's getting interesting. So I was mentioning that the guy with syphilis, it's not funny that he has syphilis, but it's just crazy that he does. That the gentleman, Mr. Armadale, who is dying of syphilis and very quickly becoming paralyzed, um, has convinced Mr. Neal to write, I don't know, his this final letter to his illegitimate son, as far as I can tell. Um, and interestingly enough, his wife is okay with this. And in for the second book that I've read by Wilkie Collins, his wife is actually of mixed race, which is really interesting because in both books that I've read of his, where he has a mixed race character, which is needless to say extremely rare in Victorian fiction, that both times the women have been primary characters in the book. And they have been described as astoundingly beautiful, graceful women, which is also very rare in Victorian fiction. So, good for Wilkie Collins for having some representation there and doing pretty good job with the representation. The other book that I read by him, Miss and Mrs., the short story that I recommended to Storm, the main character in the book is mixed race, and she's just given all the wonderful qualities that any Victorian woman would have. So she is a good, kind, sweet, gentle, whatever, an interesting main character who you hope for nothing but the best things. Anyway, okay. So how did your last sprint go? Let me know. Coda was saying, "Welcome to my bath, everyone." Okay, this is now 45 minutes later, Coda, so you're gonna have to clarify. I'm assuming that you were some way. I don't even want to assume what you were talking about at this point. So wrap us back around with that thought, please. And Jaleesa says, "Don't drop us in." Oh, and Issa, hello, and says, I just joined the live. What is she reading? Oh, thank you for joining. I hope you made it in for that last sprint. I am reading Armadale. I did see some mention of that. Let me see if I can get this to focus. Oh, there you go. Well, you got blinking focus on it. Um, I'm reading Armadale by Wilkie Collins. I did update my name so that you could see who it is there because I did happen to spy that. And Coda says, "No worries, Lisa. Y'all on the TV tray." Oh, okay. Like you're literally having a nice bath and we're on the TV tray. Very good. I don't know. I think because they're in my book, they're in Bath, a location. I got really confused there, but I hope you're enjoying yourself, Coda. Rachel says, "Hi, Nicole. Hi, Rachel. How are you today? And hope you're having a magnificent day." I am. I hope you are as well. What are you getting up to today or the rest of your day at this point? Mary Hope says, "Thanks for the sprint. I'm heading off to campus." All right. I'm sure you have already left since that was almost 40 minutes ago, and that you have a good day as well, Mary Hope. And Coda says, "Hey to Rachel." And Left to Read says, "I have to go make food, but I'll leave you on my screen. Thankfully, got around to finishing What Feast at Night. Unsure on the rating." I know that. Somewhere between a 3 and a 4, I think. Have fun sprinting, guys. Yeah, thanks. And I hope you have a wonderful lunch. And I know that feeling when you have those in between ratings and it's like, is it good or was it just okay? Like, that can be a hard place to land. So it's just as well I'm ending here because otherwise I'd have to close these shades because I'm getting lots of light here at this moment. Maybe if I lean back a little. And Jessica, hello. And she says, "Nicole, yay, I'm here for like the last 10 minutes." That's how I do sprints sometimes too, Jessica. Filming a secret video due on the 18th. Yay. I also have a secret project video coming out on the 18th. So right, the 18th is Saturday. Yeah, and hopefully building a bookshelf today. Ooh, fun. After coffee and breakfast. Well, very fun, Jessica. Well, I hope you have a great day. Thanks for popping in. And yeah, looking forward to your secret video. I'm actually going to film my secret video right after we're done here. And Jessica says, we'll be listening to Let Me In by John Evita Lindquist. Ooh, wow. Okay. Not sure about all those consonants together. It's always a tough one. Rachel says hi, Dakota. Jaleesa says, "Ooh, Jessica, that's the one that was adapted into the film. Let the right one in, right? Maybe so. Sounds good. I'm always up for a good film adaptation." James says, "Hi, just got home from work. Hello, James. How are you doing?" If you guys don't know, James is also newer on YouTube, also has started his booktube channel and does sprints on Thursday mornings, like really early Thursday morning. Maybe it depends on where you are. So, not early Thursday morning for him. I'm on the East Coast of the US, so it's at like 5 a.m. for me on Thursday mornings. And, you can figure it out from there based on where you are. And Laura says, switch to an audio arc called Murder by Candlelight by Faith Martin. I've also gone back to finish off my thumbnail I was working on earlier. Sounds good, Laura. Storm says, made lunch. We had French toast, as that is what Dad wanted. So I listened to The Beast of Skull Rock as I cooked and ate. It's a middle grade spooky, and I'm 81% into it. So we'll go ahead and finish it. Sounds good. Well, I hope you enjoy that French toast. That sounds great. I always love breakfast pretty much any time of day. Though I'm more of a waffle person myself, because I think Code and I have had this conversation. We like our crispy bread foods and crispy breakfast foods. And Christina said, read some more. Very good, Christina. And Coda said, he has 2 chapters left in Harry Potter 2. Ooh, very nice. So you're going to finish that today. Excellent. And Laura says, I only have a shower currently and really miss reading in the bath. That's a controversial topic too, Laura. Some people are anti reading in the bath because it crinkles your pages, but I personally like that crinkled page sound, but I hate baths. So I only get it when I go to the beach. Rachel says, oh, hi, Christina. Jaleesa said, I made it to chapter 7 of How to Bite Your Neighbor. That was the name. I wrote it down. Yep. And How to Bite Your Neighbor and Win a Wager. The human asked the vampire to join them in a spicy noodle challenge. What? Jaleesa, this book is like, I've got to read it. I've just got to. Oh, I get it. How to Bite Your Neighbor. Of course, they're vampires. Okay. And Jessica said, yes, apparently it was adapted into a film. Haven't seen it, but the book is amazing so far. Nice. Well, hopefully the movie is just as good as the book. And James said, I'm tired. Work was busy for once, so my legs are sore. Ah, well, I'm glad you're home and get to rest up after a busy day. And hopefully you'll just get to read and relax and do whatever the rest of the day. And James said, I'm going to heat up dinner once we're done talking here. Sounds excellent. What are you going to have for dinner, James? Inquiring minds want to know. Jaleesa said, I've enjoyed both movie adaptations for Let Me In. Oh, nice. There's 2 and you liked them both. It's like double the fun. Christina said, just got a call and my son's school wants me to be able to tell them if we are available on a day in April. Really? Like all the way in April? We're in February. And I don't know what is happening this week. Yeah. Yeah. I feel you there. The school seems to be nothing but an issue. I'm sorry. Jaleesa, I can't watch it in the dark. Oh, daytime only type of movie. Okay, good to know. Spooky. And Christina says, hi to Rachel. And Storm says, I am to fumble fingers to she's 2 fumble fingers to read in the bath. So good thing you don't have one. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, guaranteed I'd drop mine. For sure. For sure. And Laura says, hope you feel better, James. Yes, yes. And James says, my shifts are 10 and a half hours. Oh, yes. You would be sore. That is a long, long day, especially if you're on your feet. Honestly, it's a long day, even if your job is sitting, because if it's too much one or the other, that's tiring and sore inducing in different ways. And you're going to have spaghetti bolognese. Well, that sounds good and comforting. So I hope you find it so. And Jessica says to Jaleesa, I might have to see if I can find the movie. I find horror movies don't scare me, but really interested to see it. Well, that sounds good. Yeah, I totally can't do horror movies at all. Like, I can't even listen to horror movies, like, because it's the music. It's always the music in the movies that, like, I just get too sucked into. So I can't even hear, like, the tense music in horror movies, because then I get tense and I'm like, "No, somebody's going to pop out." And, like, my husband's like, "You're in a completely different room." And I'm like, "But I could still imagine." I'm ridiculous. I can't handle it at all. And Jessica says, "Maybe I should do a watch along in October. That would be fun, except I would totally not join for that because it would be creepy and I'd just have to, like, have you on mute in a different room and not watch." So there you go. I could give you watch hours. And James says, "I'm an Amazon packer on my feet." Yep, we get 2 half-hour breaks, and my bosses are nice and let us sit for 10 minutes if we need to. Oh, well, that's good. But yeah, that's harsh. 10.5 hour shift and only 2 half-hour breaks and 10-minute breaks if you need them. Yep. I always try to think about that when I think about how my boxes are gonna be packed on Amazon, and I'm much more conscious that if I'm gonna get from Amazon, I try to choose that selection that goes ship in fewer boxes. So I'm here for you, James. I'm trying to not, like, order one item at a time in a teeny tiny box and make you pack all the things all day long. And Laura says, "Laugh out loud, Storm. I have the water resistant e-reader, so can use that." Oh, well, there you go. I don't know. I feel like I'm like Storm and I'd be testing the limits of, like, just how, like, water resistant, water repellent, do I need to put it in, like, its own, like, wetsuit? Because it's going in and it's going under. It's going scuba diving with me. Anyway, guys, wow, look at that. Like, this is timed so that we only have a couple of minutes left on the Pomodoro timer. And in addition to that, we have 1 minute until 2 o'clock. So I can't believe that. So I'm going to get through these last couple of comments and then I will be saying goodbye for the day. It has been a pleasure having you here. I am here doing these sprints every Monday morning at 9. I it will probably be 9, partially because at this point YouTube is used to me uploading at 9 and so they make it more visible at that time as well. And hopefully we will all be sleeping in some. But you never know. Check in because I might just pop up early because I went crazy and couldn't keep track of time. Anyway, this Saturday I will be coming out with a special announcement video, my first special announcement video. So you can watch that if you like. But for now, let's get through the last couple of comments as I say goodbye. Laura says, "What's to Jessica, what's your channel?" And that is her channel. I don't think I've subbed yet. Would totally join your watch along. Yes. Yes, Jessica, I don't know why I didn't mention that. At this Kiwi also just recently started her channel that she's been, like, around YouTube as a lot of us are for a while. So go check her out. And James said, "I'm starting a Marvel watch through once I'm done with this book, where I watch one thing and then read a book and keep going like that." Oh, I love Marvel. Like, what books will you be watching, James? Please inform me. Like, are you reading the comics or what? What are you doing? Because I'm interested in that, and I'm pretty sure my husband would be interested in that because he's a huge Marvel fan. Jessica says to Laura, "It's this Kiwi, same as the name on here." Yep, so everybody can go and subscribe. And Laura says, "Perfect." And Jessica says, "Also, thanks in advance." Yes, yes, yes. Christina says, "Thanks for the sprints. Have a beautiful rest of your day." Same to you, Christina. Thank you for coming and supporting as always. You're welcome, Jaleesa. I had a great time. Thanks for coming, Storm. You are welcome as well. And Jessica says, "It's a secret project." Yes, yes, it is. And Laura says that she thinks she's subscribed now. And you're welcome for the sprints. And this Kiwi's sending hearts. And James says, "I'm not doing the comics. I'm just doing my normal books. I'm doing it that way so I can read both and do this watch along that I've been meaning to do for years." We'll definitely post about it on your channel. I will be interested to hear it. And I'm more interested in the books than the comics anyway. And Tammy says, "Thanks for the sprints." You're very welcome. Thank you to everyone for coming and joining me. I will be checking the rest of the chat in case I miss anything. And I hope you all have an amazing day and enjoy whatever it is that you are reading. James says, so the Captain America movie is going to be paired with Blood of Olympus. Oh, you are combining I just figured this out. That is awesome, James. That is awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing that, and I will definitely be watching along, if not reading along. So have a wonderful day, everybody, and I will see you either in my next video or next week in sprints or around at somebody else's sprints. I usually know who's on right now, but I don't. So go and at least in the search bar, if you're still interested, type in reading sprints in live, and you'll see who's on now. And you're welcome, Coda. It was great having you here. Goodbye, everyone. Have a great